Ich denke, man kann jetzt auch mal starten und so, ne? Oder was? Wäre vielleicht gut oder so. Wollte jetzt nicht ganz so lange machen. Da kann man auch mal reingehen und so. Und da bin ich auch. Guten Abend, guten Tag. Es ist Montag heute. Mal ein Montag. Ja, ich wollte mal Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker fertig bringen. Deshalb bin ich heute online. Und welchen besseren Tag gibt's dafür als einen wunderschönen Montag? Ne? Ja. Ja. Letztes Kapitel. Peace Walker. Outer Heaven. Es wird interessant. Ich habe wirklich Bock. Auch wenn ich nur noch so semi in Erinnerung habe, wie dieses Kapitel so genau abgelaufen ist. Ich weiß noch, dass es seltsam war. Weil ab hier alles irgendwie ein bisschen off the rails geht. Das ist, ja, also ihr werdet sehen. Es ist wild. Ich habe die PlayStation schon vorbereitet. Habe ich alle Fenster hier drüben? Ja, alle wichtigen Fenster sind hier drüben. Wechsle ich mal die Szene rüber. Und ja, es wird ein vorübergehender Abschied. Denn wir werden uns dann vorübergehend von der PlayStation verabschieden. Denn nach... Gott, ich habe vergessen... ich habe vergessen, was zu tun. Ich habe vergessen, meinen Monitor umzustöpseln, damit das Audio auf meinen Kopfhörern ist und nicht meinen Lautsprechern. Das ist ungünstig. Wenn wir mit Peace Walker durch sind, kommt auf meinem Kanal zumindest Metal Gear Solid 5. Und das habe ich auf dem PC. Da muss wieder PC-Gameplay von mir. So, jetzt höre ich auch wieder was. So wie ich es hören möchte. Und vorübergehend, weil nach Metal Gear Solid 5 werde ich Metal Gear Solid 4 spielen, weil 4 das bessere Ende hat. Meiner Meinung nach. Also es hat halt ein Ende. Und eins, das abschließt. Ich kann auch Metal Gear Solid 5 einfach skippen. Will ich aber nicht tun, weil es ein gutes Spiel ist. So. Beim letzten Mal, man erinnert sich vielleicht, das ist noch nicht so lange her. Ich glaube eine Woche ungefähr. Das letzte Mal haben wir Peace Walker besiegt Und mit Peace Walker auch die KI-Wiedergeburt von The Boss vernichtet. Daraufhin hat Miss Pass jetzt bei uns fest im Team. Pass ist jetzt bei uns fest im Team. Oh, man sieht es nicht richtig. Ja. Und Wunder, oh Wunder, Dr. Strangelove ist jetzt auch in unserem Team. Das die CIA-Basis ist jetzt auch so mehr oder weniger hin, glaube ich. Hot Cold Man ist tot. Und den KGB-Agenten Sadornov, den haben wir jetzt in unsere Brick gesperrt. So, Strangelove, kann was Besonderes, glaube ich. Why was legendary hero forced to betray country? Why was she targeted for assassination by you, her most beloved disciple? I have no disfiguration that wants truth, the boss last will. Und Pass ist, my name is Pass and I'll do anything to protect my namesake, also den Frieden. Strangelove kommt natürlich ins R&D-Team. Und Pass. Mensa oder Intel? Was brauchen wir mehr? Also wir haben eine deutliche Essensüberproduktion tatsächlich. Dann würde ich sie ins Intel-Team packen. Wir hatten irgendwie noch Komponenten für Metal Gear bekommen. Für Metal Gear Sieg, glaube ich. Oder auch nicht. Okay, es fehlen noch Parts. Head Parts und Walk Unit Parts. Und wir brauchen, wenn ich das richtig im Kopf habe, brauchen wir Metal Gear Sieg, um in der Story weiterzukommen. Ich werde mal kurz in die Mission gucken. Genau. Das ist die letzte Main Ops, die wir hatten. Das ist der letzte Bosskampf. Und ach, Date mit Pass geht schon. Wir können mit Pass auf ein Date gehen. Ich weiß nicht genau, was ich dazu sagen soll. Ich find's super weird. Es ist Fanservice, es ist witzig. Das ist eine absolut verpasste Chance, dass das nicht Mission 69 ist. Naja. Es ist super weird, weil... Keine Ahnung, wie alt ist ist Snake hier irgendwas um die 40? Ist auf jeden Fall über 30 und Paz ist, glaube ich, 17 oder so. Deshalb, I don't know. Aber ich finde es halt auch trotzdem, die Mission ist witzig gemacht. Ich werde sie demonstrieren, die Mission. Das heißt aber nicht, dass ich das gut heiße, was
How's
passiert.
Paz doing?
Okay so far. Still shocked about being lied to by Zadornov. But she's actually getting along great with the crew here at Mother Base.
Really? That's good to hear.
Still, it's gotta be depressing for a girl her age to be cooped up on an offshore plant all day. Even if it is only temporary. I bet she'd love it if you took her out somewhere once in a while.
Ja, freut sich bestimmt, wenn ein Typ, der doppelt so alt ist wie sie, mit ihr auf ein Date geht. Wir gucken mal in die Briefing-Files. Viel jetzt ein paar Sachen aufzuholen, glaube ich. Strangelove hat noch viel zu erzählen. Ich werde jetzt vielleicht nicht alle direkt machen. Ich werde erstmal mit Miller und Paz sprechen. Gucken, was sie zu erzählen haben. Und danach auf ein Date gehen mit Paz und dann vielleicht nochmal dann bei der nächsten Mission noch irgendwie Sachen machen. Mal gucken.
By the way, Kaz, who do you think's our queen bee?
Good question. I was thinking maybe Paz.
I was thinking Strangelove.
Well, I can see that. Or maybe Cecile.
On second thought, I might go with Amanda.
How about this, Snake? We'll have an army of queen bees.
Sure. Why not?
Ich habe den Kontext nicht verstanden. What?
The new plant is a hex type. That gives it more surface area than previous types, and also makes it easier to plan expansions. We're gonna make this place huge.
Hex, huh? Like a beehive.
Nothing wrong with that. They say the
Okay.
honeycomb design
Deswegen
is one of the
Bee
strongest.
Queen.
I hear they're even thinking of using it in tank armor.
Good enough for me. I'll see about finding us some worker bees.
Appreciate it, boss.
Was haben wir hier noch? CIA-KGB Relationship.
Can you believe the CIA and KGB were actually in cahoots?
Never thought I'd see that at the station chief level. But I'd heard stories of operatives in the field being on friendly terms.
Seriously?
Most espionage takes place in political hotspots, as you'd expect. But there aren't that many of those kinds of places, especially in a small country. Hang around long enough, and you're bound to run into fellow spies. Like it or not. You start saying hello, and soon enough you're eating dinner together.
Strange bedfellows, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. At any rate, this kind of fiasco is what happens when spies get too familiar. Hard to believe, but some people will betray anyone and anything if it suits their interests.
The strength of human is in its appeal to human emotions, but its weakness is in its susceptibility to those same emotions. That's why the tide in the intelligence world is shifting towards SIGINT, a network of cold, digital data, where feelings are irrelevant. Snake, you got a sec?
What's up?
Prime Minister Gary of Grenada is asking the UN to set up an agency to study the UFO problem.
Grenada? That island in the Caribbean?
He gave the press a bunch of photos. Says they prove the existence of UFOs. One of them caught my eye.
That's the...
Yep. The weapon Huey called the Chrysalis.
Kaz, This is the photo I gave to Chico. He said something about selling it off as a photo of a UFO.
Looks like it found its way into the pages of a
Wow.
magazine.
But why would the Prime Minister of a country believe tabloid trash like that?
There's been reports all over the Americas of abductions and cattle mutilations lately.
You think that true?
I think the CIA might be involved.
If they are, then Gary could be.
I know. If he digs too deep, he's gonna get himself into trouble.
But Grenada's right next door to Cuba.
I guess that would make it tough for the CIA to intervene, in a sense.
Upsetting the domestic balance of power could cause it to go red all of a sudden.
True. Well, in any case, it's not like we can do anything about it. Just wanted to let you know.
Gotcha. I'll be careful not to let any more photos leak.
Besser ist das.
Hey, Snake, I've been thinking. Maybe Che couldn't find a place for himself outside the battlefield either.
How so?
He led the Cuban Revolution to victory. That's quite an accomplishment. He could have called it quits there and nobody would have blamed him. But he left behind a loving family and a cabinet post to plunge back into the struggle. First in the Congo, then in Bolivia where he met his end.
You're overthinking things. Che went back to the battlefield because he was needed there. Read his farewell letter, then you'll understand.
Some say he was too idealistic to fit in with the government.
Too many scruples, most likely.
Maybe so, but I still can't help thinking the reason you look up to Che is because you see something of yourself in him. You left your country behind and plunged into battle. You wander from one battlefield to another, going wherever you're needed.
Che was a revolutionary as well as a warrior. He took up arms to fight for his beliefs. I don't do what I do for any ideology. I'm a warrior. Nothing more. Nothing less.
Okay, boss. You're right. Just wanted to see how we stacked up against a real hero.
Wenn man mal drüber nachdenkt, welchen Wert hat ein Krieger, der nur des Krieges willen in den Kampf zieht? Ich meine, klar, jetzt hat er zufälligerweise was Gutes getan. Aber im Endeffekt, das ist halt das ganze Konzept von MSF und Outer Heaven totaler Bullshit. Aber darum geht's dann auch irgendwie später noch. Ja. Oh. Cass will erzählen, wie er aufgezogen wurde. Mhm.
March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow, and my father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday, and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day I waited. Then just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching. He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me two things: the name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. Disease had taken her mind. A disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, "Mom, it's me, Kazuhira." As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Katsuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She'd watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war. And yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere, and I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head. America crushed Japan, but it also crushed my father. My American dream was over. After that, I drifted around and, well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war, but I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country, and I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen.
Tragische Geschichte. Am Ende wird er einfach zu Hause ermordet. Traurig, traurig. Achso, Korps wollen wir nicht. Special Items, gibt's was Neues? Cardboard Tank.
Snake, the R&D team came up with something new.
What's this?
It's a cardboard tank. It's got enough room for 2 people, same as any other cardboard box. Apparently the guy in front drives, and the guy in back is the gunner.
Hold on, Kaz. Who the hell came up with this thing?
I'm sorry, boss. He meant well, I swear. I know it's nowhere as good as a real tank, but still.
It's brilliant!
Huh?
The perfect synthesis of stealth and attack power. Compact, elegant design. The finest example of a weapon I've ever seen. Seriously, Kaz, I need to meet the guy who made this. I want to shake his hand.
You serious? Snake, look at it.
It's a masterpiece, in every sense of the word. You don't agree?
No,
What is that? A tank? I like it.
Yes?
Boss?
I hate tanks, but this one I think I could get used to. I love that it's a zero-emissions vehicle. It will not hurt the forests of Costa Rica.
What?
Nice work, Kaz. I see I made the right choice making you second in command.
But is there something wrong with me?
Ja und nein. Alle ein bisschen bescheuert bei NSF. Okay, genug Gelaber. Ah nee, Pass wollten wir uns noch anhören, ne?
Professor Galvez was a KGB spy? I thought he helped me out of genuine concern for Costa Rica's future.
You didn't know.
How could I? Believe me, Snake. He introduced himself as a peace researcher at the university. He had an office and credentials and everything.
They're masters at creating cover personas. They think of everything. ID papers, jobs, sometimes even families. Don't feel bad you didn't see through it.
But you did?
From the first time we met.
I wish you had told me.
Sorry. I didn't know if it'd be right. You might have gotten mixed up in things you shouldn't.
That is impressive, though. Sizing him up at a single glance.
He reeked.
Reeked?
He had this unmistakable air about him. The air of someone who's been given a mission and will see it through no matter what. Like me. I could just smell it.
That is amazing, Snake.
I'm just kidding. It was his prosthetic hand. Why would a professor from a peace university need a tool for assassination?
I have a favor to ask you, Snake.
Name it.
I want you to give me a job here. I want to help out.
You sure? You just went through a hell of a time. You should probably take it easy until you're settled.
Thank you. But there must be something I can do. You would not want me near a gun. But I am a decent cook.
Now there's a skill we can use.
Put me on the mess hall team. I think I can handle it. Once I get used to it, I will even add in some Costa Rican recipes.
Sounds like a plan.
Ich hoffe, Intel-Team ist jetzt auch nicht so schlimm für dich, Bas. Okay. Für das Date reicht das erstmal. Für so ein Date muss man sich natürlich ausreichend vorbereiten, ne? Da geht man nicht mit einer Kampfausrüstung hin, sondern auch nicht nackt, nee. Sondern schick. Im Anzug.
Tuxedo.
Und man muss sich ja natürlich auch im Vorhinein schon mal überlegen, was man denn so sagen möchte. Deshalb, ja, überlegen wir uns jetzt, was wir sagen wollen. Das ist das Koop-Kommunikationsmenü, dass ich das ganze Spiel nicht benutzt habe, weil ich das Spiel nicht im Koop spiele. Und erst müssen wir gucken, dass wir Dinge finden, die nett sind. You're pretty good. Das ist mal ein gutes Kompliment. Pretty good. Impressive haben wir schon. Good to have you. Das ist doch
Good to
nett.
have you.
Wollen wir jetzt nicht unbedingt beim ersten Date sagen. Suche nach netten Dingen. Miau, miau, miau. Es ist bestimmt gut. Das wird Pass bestimmt beeindrucken.
I'm counting on you.
So, das habe ich schon drin. Boah. Das sind alle, ne? Robert? Irgendwie, ich glaube, ich habe alles, oder? To have you, you're pretty good, impressive, I'm counting on you. Snake in. Ja. Denke ich alles, was man braucht. Ich hoffe, das passt so. Achso, dann braucht man noch, die Rescue Box, sondern Love Box. Ich hoffe, das passt. Ich hoffe, das klappt jetzt first try. So. Das ist Pass. Pass. 17, by the way, ja, das ist wichtig. Das wollte ich nicht tun. Tut mir leid. Oh, ich habe vergessen, wo das Com-Wheel ist. Muss ja für die Steuerung ändern. Ja. Okay, gut, die zwei verstehen sich. Gut.
Good to have you.
Yeah!
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
I'm counting on you.
What are you talking about?
Okay, das. Na. Ja.
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
Also Snake ist schon echt eine.
Impressive.
What?
Es ist schon eine richtige Flirtmaschine. Das Snake. Muss man schon sagen.
Got it.
What are you talking about?
Hier noch irgendwas? Snake in.
Snake in.
Yeah!
Muss ich noch mehr? Also ich weiß nicht, wie lange.
Good to have you.
Yeah!
Ich weiß nicht mehr, was der Q war.
Room
Ah,
for
ja.
one more?
Aha.
Ja, und das ist das. Das ist das Date mit Pass. Ja. Das musste ich übrigens damals googeln, wie diese Mission funktioniert, weil es hat mich absolut verwirrt. Ich habe nicht verstanden, was das Spiel von mir will bei dieser Mission.
Snake, we fitted Zeke with its own AI pod. We were having trouble adjusting the AI, but Dr. Strangelove was able to get it up and running.
Strangelove?
Why the surprise, Snake?
Whoa, we're an army without borders. We need a deterrent against foreign intervention. That's what Zeke is for. It may even prove necessary to...
I'm not against deterrence itself. The problem is when a nation comes to rely on it. All that does is force a burden on its people. The same people that constitute the nation itself. The existence of nations is detrimental to man. That's why I, one without a nation, see potential in MSF. But power is required for you to distance yourself from nations. I will do whatever I can to assist with that.
Glad to hear it.
And I merely lent Huey a helping hand. I will not give Zeke an AI like hers.
I wouldn't expect
Finde ich
you
auch
to.
weird. Okay, ich hatte total vergessen, dass das Date mit Pass für die Story richtig war. Was für den Story-Fortschritt gut ist. Ich dachte, es wäre optional gewesen. Und ich hab's aus einfach, weil es witzig ist, gemacht. Aber nein, das ist tatsächlich story-relevant. Aber... War 19... Ne. Ich habe vergessen, Forschung anzumachen. Die Lovebox hätten wir noch upgraden können. Machen wir mal eben. Ich glaube, der nächste Schritt ist Metal Gear Sieg zu vervollständigen. Das heißt, Das heißt, wir müssen nochmal einen Bosskampf machen. Ich glaube, es gibt da keine Extra-Op für. Das heißt, wir werden einen nochmal von vorn, einmal nochmal machen. Ich überleg gerade, welcher am einfachsten war. Ich glaube, der Chrysalis-Kampf war am einfachsten. Wie nah die beieinander waren. Naja.
Snake, that's the Chrysalis weapon Huey.
Okay, ich werde mir noch mal ein paar Briefing-Files anhören. Die jetzt noch was Neues zu sagen? Ne. Okay. Miller will uns noch sagen, dass wir Metal Gear brauchen. Okay. Lass mir ihn mal erzählen.
You know, Snake, you're right. As long as we're soldiers without borders, we're going to be a target. We need our own deterrent.
Yeah, we're going to be stepping into a lot of different conflicts as we roam the world, each one unique, and with its own set of geography, ideologies, and politics. If we're going to intervene in those kinds of situations, we need the threat of a Metal Gear.
Unless we want to end up like Che Guevara did in Bolivia.
Well said. Our army without borders doesn't have a land to call home. We're nomads, wanderers. What we need now is a sheepdog to guard our flock.
Right.
Maybe it's not the way the boss would have gone about it, but there are places in this world that need us, and soldiers that need MSF. And as long as we're needed, we'll keep on moving. Ours is a journey that never ends. We're the real Peace Walkers.
Ja. Alpas hat nichts Neues zu erzählen. Haben wir gesehen, die haben auch nichts Neues zu erzählen. Yui hat was zu erzählen. Nuclear Terrorism.
Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands? Without a state, that is, without territory of their own, the chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
You've got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist group.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries keep their nukes under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true, NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell ya. He used to bring me presents and...
Das ist halt wirklich ein Ding. Das habe ich, glaube ich, mal nachgeguckt. Weil da entweder hat dann ein kleines Mädchen mal angerufen oder einen Brief hingeschickt, irgendwie sowas. Und die haben dann halt angefangen zu antworten, weil dann nachzuverfolgen, wo Santa Claus gerade ist, finde ich witzig.
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission. The one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened.
Aber ich kann hier noch gar nicht auf die Files von Strangelove zugreifen. Das müssen wir dann später nochmal machen. Gucken wir uns noch kurz an, was Cecile über Wein zu sagen hat.
Hallo? Snake? Mon chéri?
You've been drinking, Cecile?
Can't you please do
Die
something about
übersteuert
this
immer so ein
pest?
bisschen.
Who?
Monsieur Miller!
What's he done now?
Wine.
Wine?
He said he thought the soldiers might tire of having beer all the time. So he's brought in some wine instead. And then he gave me a bunch.
Well, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. The stuff is a disaster. Then he says, "Come on, Cecile, have a taste of the old country." I had a terrible feeling about it. So I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half-decent bottle in the whole lot. Taste of the old country, he says.
Sorry to hear that.
I cannot believe this. What will we do with all this wine?
Trinken.
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
You sound just like Monsieur Miller.
Huh?
When I complained, he simply said, "As long as it gets the job done." You people are such culinary savages. Allez tout vous faire voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile.
Also merken wir uns keinen französischen Wein aus dem Jahr 1972 trinken. Der scheint nicht so gut gewesen zu sein.
You seem like a very, how do I put this, uninhibited woman.
You think so? I am no different from other Parisian women. Not since May 1968.
May 1968? The general strike that almost brought down the president?
Right. But it was more than just a strike. It started with the student movement at Strasbourg University in '66. They did not want anything from the country, but instead sought reform at the school. That helped ignite a fire in the hearts of scores of dissatisfied young people, and the movement spread all over France. It was more than just opposition to Vietnam and the de Gaulle administration. People also called for free love and the breaking away from other old values. Looking back, I am not sure what the main goal really was. But whatever the case, it was more of a young people's movement than a strike or a protest.
So, it was like the hippies or something?
In some ways, perhaps. But we weren't blinded by mysticism, nor did we seek a return to nature.
I see. So, while they wanted to retreat to their closed communes...
We tried to change the world. And in doing so, we learned that when everyone comes together, it can be done.
You had a lot more success. In America, hippies have just become a social problem, while I hear Japan's student movements crashed and burned.
I wonder what was different.
Good question. I'd like to know myself.
Okay, das war genug. Chrysalis Battle. Mission Pack. Ich glaube, wir können das diesmal mit wem? Mit Oh Boy Alligator machen. Weil es ist ja jetzt nicht mehr Kanon.
Combat.
Muss ich meine Sachen alle neu ausrüsten. Okay, was brauchen wir? Wir brauchen Rationen. Und als Ersatz Curry. Nicht das Small Curry, sondern das andere Curry. Und das ist besser. Wir brauchen... Ich glaube, den Schild brauchen wir nicht. Der war irgendwie useless. Ich pack einfach mal noch Mate ein. Und noch was zu trinken? I don't know. Wir brauchen Raketenwerfer, Maschinengewehr, Supply Marker. Mehr brauchen wir, glaube ich, nicht. Und dann rein. Noch ein paar Metal Gear Teile farmen.
Take out the chrysalis. That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all. Those rounds will chew through any wall you try to hide behind.
So gut.
Fog's getting thick. Careful you don't put fire in that chopper. The chopper had a red lamp on it. You should be able to see that through
Ich hoffe, das ist richtig, dass ich die Dinger angreife. Mache ich damit zufälligerweise auch... Nee. Ich brauche Lag Parts. Oh fuck.
Shake it off, Snake. Don't stop moving. Use the left stick to break free.
Okay, vielleicht war es doch nicht die beste Idee, den Chrysalis Battle zu nehmen. Irgendwie treffe ich damit doch nicht die Dinger, die ich glaube ich treffen muss.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Ja. Das könnte ein Fehler gewesen sein, mal gucken. Würde auch helfen, wenn ich meine Schüsse nicht einfach ins Nirgendwo baller. Und wieder leer.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Oh nein. Aber ich müsste jetzt eigentlich genug Headparts bekommen, dass ich wenigstens den... Jetzt stürzt doch ab, komm.
Attack the AI pod to destroy its hatch. It's the cylindrical structure. Hurry up and get in the AI pod. Otherwise it'll...
So, jetzt noch ein paar AI-Parts besorgen.
Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them.
Okay, ich habe jetzt sehr viele
Any board you remove
Head-Parts
can be
hier.
used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
Okay, ich werde dann nochmal den Pupa Battle machen müssen für die Leg Parts, glaube ich. Auch wenn das Ding keine Beine hat. I don't know. Ist irgendwie ein bescheuertes System, aber was will man machen?
Snake.
She played me like a...
Jetzt habe ich +1 Walk Unit, aber nicht plus Head Parts. Hä? Ich verstehe das System noch nicht so 100%, aber irgendwann werde ich...
Snake, we've got a problem. Zadornov's not in his cell.
What?
He must have used his prosthetic as a blowtorch to cut through the bars, but we've managed to narrow down his location using a transmitter we planted on him. I'm adding a new mission. Find the KGB agent Zadornov.
Okay, damit geht die Story wieder weiter. Aber Sieg ist noch nicht komplett, da fehlt noch was. Fehlt immer noch. Ja, hä? Okay, ich brauche erst eine Walk Unit. Da fehlt mir immer noch ein Teil für. Und hier fehlen mir immer noch 2 Teile für. Das war ich komplett. Das war ich komplett. Ich werde erst Metal Gear Sieg zu Ende bringen, bevor ich Sadornov jagen gehe, glaube ich. Oder ich gehe jetzt einmal eben Sadornov jagen, weil ich... Ja komm, jagen wir eben Sadornov. Warum nicht?
Snake, Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
Dann können wir auch mal eben in die Briefing-Files von Strangelove reinhören. Mal eben.
AI stands for artificial intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine possessing an intellect on par with that of a human being.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes. What the AI weapons are capable of. How Peace Walker carried out the boss's will in the end. No mere machine could ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches could have a will of its own.
It's called the ghost in the machine, Snake. And it exists.
Ghost in the Machine. Klingt ja fast so wie Ghost in the Shell. Nie gesehen, by the way. Keine Ahnung. Ich weiß nicht genau, worum es da geht.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that. It's a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard of Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is the one. Descartes espoused the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies, which are governed by the laws of physics. But if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being? Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why'd you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply thought that if a person is composed of a machine and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps, by placing a ghost inside a machine, we could, in effect, give birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you ripped the memory board out, the mammal pod ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer
Turing
and an
test.
AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, Snake, listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What if the living, breathing me sitting here drinking tea and talking to you were actually an AI, programmed to simulate my thoughts and my voice?
You're nuts.
No, I'm not. You couldn't prove I was a real human being, could you?
It'd be... No.
So if an AI is so advanced you can't tell it from the real thing, wouldn't you call that intelligence?
I'm not quite convinced.
But that's only one way to look at it. It's roughly how Dr. Turing explained artificial intelligence. The test I described is called the Turing test, in his honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GC and CS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The very same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, they arrested him.
Why? Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to winning the war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the Imitation Game, huh?
Huh. You know it then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference. Man or woman, human or machine. What do the differences even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, it seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Wouldn't the president, too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will?
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it?
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Oh, wait, the female brain?
Okay, jetzt wird's interessant.
What do you mean by that, modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response. And not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
Huh. I see.
Es wird nicht realer als in der Motherbase von MSF.
Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream?
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed, expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not gonna leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
Ich weiß nicht, ob das, also eher so ein Faktor, den so eine KI, die für Peace Walker wichtig gewesen wäre, nicht auch irgendwie aktuelle Weltgeschehnisse gewesen? Bräuchte es nicht eigentlich auch irgendwie so einen Input von Weltnachrichten oder so? Es hätte hätte halt noch nicht funktioniert zu der Zeit, weil da gab es noch kein Internet. Also noch nicht so gut funktioniert, glaube ich. 75?
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
And then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well. Of one day being reunited with her?
Enough. I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
The opposite direction? What does that mean?
More and more, AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing, without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a beehive.
Yes, it aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in an AI without a shred of life to it.
Basiert das, was Strangelove da so alles erzählt, auf einem Forschungsstandpunkt der 70er oder der 2000, Ende der 2000er, Anfang 2010er, wo das Spiel entstanden ist, rausgekommen ist? Ich weiß, war die KI-Entwicklung schon so weit in den 70ern? Ich weiß es nicht. Also ich weiß es wirklich nicht. Klingt für mich ein bisschen, weiß ich nicht, bisschen weit hergeholt vielleicht.
Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress.
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name BS Imago. BS is
Oder
short for boss.
Bullshit.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials?
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile pod. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens, of course.
Are you familiar with the film 2001?
Das war spannend, ich hab den noch nicht gesehen, immer
I've
noch
heard of
nicht.
it, but
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be
Zumindest nicht
cultured enough
ganz.
to
Ich hab den
appreciate
mal
such
ausschnittsweise
things.
gesehen.
thanks. Anyway,
Scheinbar.
2001 features an AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people and even play chess.
Now where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was
Ich
truly
muss den mal
superb.
sehen in dem Film.
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack.
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of Hal wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
Ich muss den Film mal sehen. Absolut. Ja. Ist wahrscheinlich wirklich eine Bildungslücke, den nicht gesehen zu haben.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her. The Soviets beat America into space with Sputnik, and so America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe? And that we are able to sense this in each other? We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive. But her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
Ich muss jetzt nicht alles im Detail wissen, dankeschön.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act.
Yes, by inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in
What?
Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof. Though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine
Weiß
end.
ich nicht. Weiß nicht, ob Pferde so denken.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Okay, ein bisschen haben wir noch.
Strangelove.
Oh, es wird
Is that a
erklärt.
code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove? Or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the
Genau.
Bomb? It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that,
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
when Boss went into space.
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here? To Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me.
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions, is really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
Wird leider nicht ganz so lange halten, diese Partnerschaft. Aber ja. Oh, jetzt wird spicy, glaube ich.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh, you don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to...
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the
Der
science
heißt gar
fiction
nicht
film Silent Running.
Drone.
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
Huh. That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
Das heißt, er heißt gar nicht Huey. Das muss ich jetzt mal kurz nachgucken. Wie heißt Huey wirklich mit Vornamen? Huey Emmerich. Okay. Vorname unbekannt. Ja, super. Okay, das ist witzig. Es ist nicht bekannt, wie er wirklich mit Vornamen heißt.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths? You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. but not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Nee, ich weiß, nee. Metal Gear Sieg.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
Ja, eigentlich möchte ich gar nicht so viele AI-Teile. Ich möchte hauptsächlich eigentlich hier die Außenteile von Metal Gear. So, wir suchen Sadornov im Wald. Das heißt, wir brauchen was gut in Bäumen funktioniert, das ist das anscheinend.
Survival.
Ich bleib, glaube ich. Ich tausche das S-Carry mal gegen das G-Carry aus. Aber ansonsten bleib ich dabei. Sieht nach einem guten Loadout aus. So, Outer Heaven.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Okay, ich muss, glaube ich, da hoch. Ist vielleicht nur ein Gegner. E-Rank brauchen wir nicht. Dann laufe ich mal an dem vorbei, ne? So, in den meisten Missionen dieses Kapitels läuft man durch schon bekannte Level. Ich könnte fast sagen, es ist Backtracking, aber eigentlich ist es. Es ist schlimmer als Backtracking, es ist Content Recycling. Nee, braucht man nicht. Mal den Surround Indicator benutzen. Nein! Da wollte ich den nicht hinschleudern. Fuck. Bin eigentlich außer Sichtweite schleudern, aber egal. Ich bin am Zielort. Ich weiß nicht mehr genau, wo der hier sich versteckt hat. Muss mal kurz auf die Area Map gucken. Ich glaube da oben da hinten in der Halle. Da kommt mir irgendwie näher, als mir lieb ist. Oh, hier geht's gar nicht rein. Okay, hier ist er nicht drin. Gucken, ob der hier hinten ist.
Search every inch of that area.
Er hat mir nichts zu sagen. Oh.
Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
Okay, wo ist denn die Recovery? Ach, die ist direkt vor mir. Gut. Ich glaube, ich schaffe es ohne Alarm. Der muss sich nur einmal umdrehen. und weitergehen. Dann habe ich es geschafft. Dann kann ich nochmal Metal Gear jagen gehen. Metal Gear Teile jagen gehen.
You did it. Keep it up.
Hey! Ein A-Level. Tomb Raider Design Specs. Rank 1. Doch schon. Oder reicht das? Nee, ich weiß es nicht.
So, you found me.
It wasn't hard. What are you up to
Who
anyway?
knows?
Just going for a stroll.
Kaz, I've got Zadornov returning home.
Acknowledge, Snake. Package for you,
Huh?
boss.
What?
Yeah, looks like a cassette tape. Don't worry, it's clean. No trace of explosives or anything. Return address just says
Oh.
Eva.
Eva?
Someone you know?
An old acquaintance.
Oh, the plot thickens. Tidings from an old flame?
Don't start, Kaz. Anyway, I'll check it out later.
Okay, just don't go running off after this chick. We can't afford for you to be distracted right now.
Ein Brief von Eva. Das ist interessant. Sagen wir es mal so. Es ist äußerst interessant. Aber wir haben einen neuen Freiwilligen. Radonov kommt in die Brick, wohin gehört? Oh no, mein Rang, weil einer in der Research-Abteilung weggefallen ist. Meine Forschung abgebrochen. Das ist ja mal scheiße. Finde ich nicht okay. Oder wenn ich mir jetzt gleich mal die Kassette von Eva anhören. Aber werde ich wahrscheinlich erst in der nächsten Hauptmission machen können, ne? Okay. Ich wollte es nochmal mit dem Cooper Battle probieren.
Careful, Snake.
Kann ich jetzt nicht hören, ne? Ne. Mission Prep. Wir spielen wieder als Alligator, my boy. Und diesmal nehme ich aber die Carl Gustav mit, weil die für den Job, glaube ich, besser geeignet ist. Und sonst ist alles in Ordnung. Eine weitere Umschweife direkt rein. Ich hoffe, ich komme jetzt an diese scheiß Lag-Parts ran.
That's an AI
weapon, the pupa. It's fast, so be careful. Destroy the treads on the left and right to stop it from doing its punch attack. Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Oder ich lauf einfach. Aua. Jetzt Zeit für Supplies.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack.
Okay. Das ist gemein. Ich müsste hier halbwegs sicher sein. Ich hoffe es. Ja. Sieht gut aus.
High voltage incoming.
Ich hab doch ausweichen gedrückt. What the fuck.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Das ist so knapp. Da ist noch eins. Danke dafür. Oh, ich muss wieder supplyen.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod! You should be able to get in the AI pod!
Ich hoffe, das war jetzt richtig. Ich hoffe, ich kann Metal Gear Sieg jetzt endlich fertigstellen. Hallo Micha, habt ihr gestern It Takes Two gespielt? Nee, wir haben Samstag ein bisschen It Takes Two gespielt. War nicht sehr lang, aber es war schon mal sehr witzig. Ich freue mich, dass die Tage irgendwann weiter zu spielen. Okay, jetzt bin ich unkonzentriert. Ich wollte hier die Dinger alle rausreißen. Bis wir gekommen sind. Wir haben die Werkzeuge aus dem Werkzeugkasten befreit. Und dann hat das Mädchen den Schuppen verlassen. Ich glaube, wir sind noch relativ am Anfang.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Achso, das können wir skippen, das haben wir schon alles gesehen.
I work here. Well, there's no
Skippity
need for a
skip,
human pilot.
skip. Habe ich jetzt alle Teile? Die Frage. Nächste wird so gut.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better.
Meinst du das nächste Level? Ja, aber willst nichts verraten. Ja, das ist gut. Ich glaube, in diesem Anwesen gibt es auch noch sehr viel zu erkunden. New plant has been built. Yeah! Neue Erweiterungen. Ich sehe es, oder? Was ist denn neu? Das Ding oder das andere? Weiß es nicht mehr. Soll ich überraschen, wie viele verschiedene Areale es gibt? Ich kann es mir vorstellen. Ich kann es mir tatsächlich vorstellen. Aber ich bin sehr gespannt, was dann noch alles kommt. Celine war auf jeden Fall sehr verliebt in diese ganzen kleinen Saugroboter in dem Schuppen. Die waren irgendwie witzig. So, Main Parts. Gib mir immer noch eine Walk Unit. What? Und ich habe 2 Power Units jetzt. Was? Okay, ich werde. Ach Mann, ich hasse das. Dann nochmal.
Careful.
Also für Kontext, ich muss gerade einen Bosskampf grinden, um Teile zu bekommen, um in der Story weiterzukommen. Und das ist nervig.
That's an AI weapon. The pupa. It's fast, so be careful. Destroy the treads on the left and right to stop it from doing its punch attack. Aim for the cylindrical AI pod.
Ja, worauf soll ich jetzt zielen, Mensch? Entscheid dich. Okay, der Angriff ist neu? Den habe ich vorhin nicht gesehen.
Engaging shock units.
Wahrscheinlich muss ich jetzt auf die andere Kette schießen, oder? Um dann 2 zu bekommen. Eine habe ich ja jetzt schon kaputt. Die gerade nix. Ich probiere es mal jetzt auf die andere Kette zu schießen. Oh, ich hab keine Muni mehr.
Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack.
Shock output at maximum. Shock units.
Das war knapp. So.
High voltage incoming.
Firing instance.
There'll be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Okay, den Angriff hatte ich vorhin auch nicht. Warum hatte ich vorhin einen anderen Bosskampf bei dem gleichen Bosskampf? Das verstehe ich nicht. Okay. Okay, ich vermute mal...
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Ich vermute mal, ich habe jetzt das Maximum rausgeholt aus den Ketten. Ich sollte jetzt vielleicht noch auf die Sensoren schießen. Damit ich die Teile da rausbekomme. Und ich sollte meinen Controller gleich aufladen. Das war daneben. Nice. Das war nicht das, was ich treffen wollte.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Dreh dich um. Dankeschön. Das wollte ich nicht treffen. Das wollte ich treffen. Volltreffer. Sollte ich das nochmal machen müssen, werde ich einen Strike-Marker mitnehmen. Und das Ding einfach bombardieren, wenn das gerade außer Gefecht ist. Das ist, glaube ich, vielleicht smart. Und gleich habe ich es auch schon. Hier sollte ich sicher sein.
Roll the hatch and climb into the AI pod! You should be able to get in.
Und nochmal Teile rausreißen.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them.
Schon mal die Mobility-Dinger raus.
You can
Also
unlock
die
their
Lag- und
boards by
Mobility-Dinger.
destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Ich hoffe, das hat jetzt so funktioniert, wie ich mir das gedacht habe. Das wäre super. Und tschüss. Und skippen.
That was an unmanned. There's no need for a human pilot.
So, wie viel
Snake.
habe ich bekommen? Nichts für die Walk Unit. Muss ich irgendwie andere Dinge kaputt machen? Das mit dem roten Ding oben, das bringt mir glaube ich kein... Ja, das könnte vielleicht helfen, weil ich damit gar nichts kaputt mache, außer Schaden zu machen. Das könnte ich probieren. Ich spiele währenddessen Diablo 4, ja was anderes. Was sonst? Was spiele ich denn sonst aktuell? Oder hinten ein Geschütz. Ja, ich... Guck mal. Mir fehlt hier immer noch ein Teil und hier fehlen mir zwei. Nee, ein Teil fehlt mir hier. Wenn ich spielen würde, es vielleicht Rainbow Six. Ja gut. Aber heute nicht. Ich wollte heute Metal Gear weiterspielen. Und nochmal, ich nehme mal... Obwohl, nee, wenn ich jetzt nur den AI-Pod angreife, dann ist das dumm, den Strike-Marker mitzunehmen. Weil der machen wieder andere Sachen kaputt, das will ich ja nicht. Ich lasse den Strike-Marker mal zu Hause. Gehe nur mit dem Raketenwerfer rein und dem Maschinengewehr. Hab das schon oft genug gesehen, dankeschön. Ich weiß noch, bei meinem letzten Playthrough habe ich die Panzerlevel gegrindet, weil ich Panzer haben wollte. Das war nervig. Ist das hier wahrscheinlich angenehmer zu grinden. Try spinning, that's a good trick. Nicht Star Fox hier. Das wäre Dual Barrel Roll? Ja, keine Ahnung. Ich tue immer nur so, als wüsste ich, wovon ich spreche. Das sollte eigentlich bekannt sein. Und hallo Sascha übrigens. Hallo. Ich sollte mir mal neue Muni holen. Gib mir die Muni. Okay, das wäre jetzt vom Timing her ein bisschen scheiße. Okay, ich muss woanders hin. Hier könnte ich sicher sein. Das macht voll viel Schaden. Das fällt mir gerade auf, wenn ich nur auf den iPod schieße.
High voltage incoming!
1, 2. 1, 2. Das war daneben. Jawohl.
Should be able to get in the AI pod!
Aber jetzt kann ich nur Müll-AI-Dinger rausziehen, glaube ich, weil ich keine Teile kaputt gemacht habe. Aber AI-Teile sind eh nicht so wichtig, weil ich werde das Ding nicht benutzen. Ich brauch Metal Gear Sieg nur für Story-Fortschritt.
All the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them.
Ich weiß nicht, wofür das Aufrufzeichen war. Das könnte ein Quicktime-Event gewesen sein, dass ich wieder verkackt habe.
They control.
Ich weiß es nicht.
Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Ja, komm. Okay.
No good. That one's broken.
Na gut, jetzt muss ich warten. Weil mehr kann ich hier nicht mehr tun. Ah. Ich hoffe, das ist die Lösung. Ich möchte nicht nochmal einen AI-Weapon-Fight machen. Ja, skip.
That was an unmanned.
Skip.
There's no need for a human pilot.
Das klingt nach einem S-Rank. Yes! Nice.
Snake.
Oh. Ich glaube, ich hab's geschafft. Ich glaube, ich kann jetzt Metal Gear Sieg bauen.
Bad news, Snake. Zadornov's on the loose.
What? Again?
It's
Und die Story
funny.
geht weiter.
We took away his prosthetic and did a full body check. We even increased the guard.
You think he had help?
Impossible. Anyway, I'm adding a new mission. Locate and recover Zadornov. Snake, I'm proud to announce that preparations for Metal Gear Zeke are
Endlich.
complete. We can activate it any time.
Got it. Thanks, Huey.
No need to thank me. At least now I can finally say I helped you with something. You can use it in outer ops, too. Just select Zeke when you're forming your unit. Be sure to take it out for a field test.
Okay.
You can change weapons and check memory boards just like before. Use your observations from a field test to make any adjustments.
A work in progress, huh?
There's something I need to
Okay.
discuss with you, boss.
Get to the point, Kaz.
We recovered the nuclear warhead that was loaded onto Peace Walker from the bottom of Lago Kosibalka.
What?
Warheads are radioactive, even if they're relatively stable. If we just left it there, it would contaminate the lake, or fall into the hands of terrorists.
Creating another crisis.
Right. So while the White House is figuring out how to cover its ass, I thought we'd take some precautions.
What did you have in mind?
Load it onto Zeke.
What?
What else would we do with it? Zeke is our deterrent. To protect ourselves from nuclear attack, we need a nuclear weapon ourselves. Of course, if you're not on board, we could always dispose of it. But it won't be easy getting another nuke. This is a golden opportunity. We could always get rid of it later. Load it onto some fishing boat and leave it out in the middle of the ocean. No one would ever know it's there. But if you want to get rid of it, boss, we'll get rid of it.
No. Don't. As long as there are nukes out there, we need one ourselves if we're going to be a world power.
I knew you'd see it that way, boss. So as long as we stand apart from nations, we need something to put us on equal footing. In a way, MSF is a country itself. And we just became the world's 7th nuclear power.
Mhm.
Nuclear power.
So wurde MSF zur Atommacht. So, dann bauen wir Sieg mal zusammen. Ach so, ich muss ihn gar nicht mehr zusammenbauen. Der ist schon zusammengebaut. Ja, das ist Metal Gear Sieg. Die Walk Unit, Power Unit, da habe ich jetzt 2 von. Wo ist denn da der Unterschied? Gar keiner. Ich habe einfach nur 2 davon. Ich habe im Prinzip jetzt einfach ein Ersatzteil oder was. Ja gut. Ich habe eine Railgun. Und ich kann noch ein Jetpack dran machen. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich ein Jetpack dran machen möchte. Doch, ich will's. Doch, komm, wir machen ein Jetpack dran. So. Metal Gear Sieg ist fertig. Das heißt, wir können endlich die Hauptmission weiterbringen. Sieht bei Staff aus, ich habe 9. Für die Mensa. Nichts Sinnvolles zu erforschen, schade. Wir können jetzt einfach zum Testen, einfach um mal gucken, wie krass das Teil ist. Metal Gear Sieg einmal in den Kampf schicken. Okay, Metal Gear Sieg rein. Oh ja. Das sollte passen. Und dann können wir Sadornov nochmal jagen gehen.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
Gibt's Briefing-Files dafür? Ne. Gibt's neue Briefing-Files? Ja! Von Chico!
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. I guess. Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know?
Mhm.
You can never tell
Mhm.
what they're thinking. They're always doing their
Mhm.
own thing. Maybe they really are different from us
Mhm.
men.
What's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not that. I just.
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz,
Aw.
my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz. I guess she is pretty
Ja, näher
close
als
to your
du,
age.
Snake.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure. Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like you talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right.
Ich finde das witzig, dass Snake Probleme hat, Wörter zu finden bei dem Thema, bis er eine Analogie zum Schlachtfeld findet und dann voll weiß, was er sagen soll.
I gotta say, I'm surprised you helped us arm Metal Gear with nukes.
What of it?
Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful and all, but you sure about this? They may be for MSF self-defense, but they're still nukes. It's essentially the same thing as Peace Walker, which you despised.
See, that's exactly it.
What is?
You don't hide your motives. You tell the truth. That's what makes you different from those CIA bastards. They lay on the charm, win you over. And then, when things get hairy, they turn their backs on you.
I'm just telling it like it is.
Which is why I get the feeling that you wouldn't be stupid enough to use them. Okay, I'll come out and say it. I trust you.
You give me too much credit.
You think so? Besides, there's more uses for bipedal locomotion technology than weapons. We make it small enough, and it could have applications in robotics and prosthetic limbs. Maybe one day I'll even be able to walk.
Nice thought.
I want to stand on my own feet, be master of my own fate, and I'll use your strength to help me do it. If you don't mind, of course.
Nah, it's a fair enough deal.
Thanks. People can change, I know. But I trust you, Snake. I trust you to be the guy I know now.
Irgendwie benutzen alle jetzt MSF für ihre eigenen Träume und Snake will eigentlich nur kämpfen. Und eine Heimat für die finden, die so sind wie er. Irgendwie wird er irgendwie benutzt gerade. Von allen. Was ist auch so ein Theme, glaube ich, in Metal Gear, dass Snake benutzt wird. Ich muss mal kurz, mein Controller ist fast leer. Gucken, wo mein Kabel für meinen Controller ist. Hatte das in der Hand? Da. Mission Prep. Wo sind wir überhaupt? Völlig unterschiedliches Terrain. Nehmen wir Tiger Stripe. Das ist ein guter Allrounder, glaube ich.
Survival.
Ja. Das sieht gut aus. Damit kann man arbeiten.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Muss ich mal kurz gucken, wo ich überhaupt bin. Okay, es gibt nur eine Richtung, wo ich hin kann. Weißt du, wo er ist?
Start talking. Start talking.
Okay, nein, weiß er nicht.
What was that? I think I see someone.
Da geh ich in die richtige Richtung. Ja. Und, ah nein, komme ich hier hoch? Der Box müsste ich da hochkommen.
I'm seeing things. It's the enemy.
So, cancel. Okay, nee, ich weiß nicht, wie das funktioniert mit dem auf Box, auf Kisten stehen. Miller hatte irgendwann mal irgendwas davon erwähnt, dass es gehen soll. Ich mach mal meinen Round Indicator an. Da hinten liegt was. Kann der was? Ja. Hein Zadornov, wo ist der denn? Ist der da oben?
not part of the mission.
Ich hätte ihn fragen sollen, ob der was weiß. Typen, den ich da umgenietet habe.
I know I saw something. Hey! Huh. Is somebody there?
Ich finde den nicht. Ich finde den einfach nicht. Oder ist er doch auf der... in einem anderen Areal?
I know I saw something.
Ist das nur eine Irreführung hierhin?
We're counting on you, boss.
Das hilft nicht, Miller.
Thoroughly search every possible hiding spot. We're dealing with a real escape artist here.
Der ist wieder wach. Ich gehe nochmal zurück. Vielleicht habe ich da doch was übersehen. Vielleicht da unten irgendwo?
What was that noise?
Komm mal hier rüber, find's raus. Nicht das. Ich will den Analyzer. Oh, der ist B-Rank. Den nehmen wir mit.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Da wollte ich den nicht hinschleudern. C-Rank? Nee.
Search every inch of that area.
Da ist er. Da haben wir ihn doch.
Try using Fulton recovery on him.
Es war eine gute Idee, das Nachtsichtgerät zu benutzen. Der hat sich hier gut versteckt.
You did it. Keep it up.
Ich glaube, danach muss ich nochmal eine Nebenmission machen.
Kaz, I caught Zadornov.
Impossible. I thought I'd made it. Acknowledged and appreciated.
Was? Mein Boy, Alligator. Also, nee. Hä? Nee, das ist ein anderer Alligator. Okay. Das ist nicht mein Alligator. Gut. Na dann. Neues Mitglied, Dodo. War Research. Gucken, ob ich was Neues entwickeln kann. Nee. Nix, was ich brauche. Gucken wir uns mal kurz an, was Sieg denn so kann. Ausnahmsweise. Oh, ich habe einen verloren. Nicht ungünstig. Wenn ich jetzt Sieg verliere, dann bin ich sauer. Wann ist denn Sieg endlich dran? Die Verluste sind hoch. Scheiße. Was? Sieg hat verfehlt? Okay. Haben zwar gewonnen, aber zu welchen Kosten? Carol ist okay, sind nur verwundet und haben PTSD. Keiner gestorben, immerhin. Okay, dann... Brauche ich irgendeine schnelle... Irgendeine schnelle Nebenmission. Jetzt gibt's einen zweiten Pupa-Battle. Ja gut. Aber ne, da habe ich kein Interesse dran. Nicht nochmal. Brauche ich nicht. Das sollte schnell gehen.
Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well. Good luck out there.
Das Briefing Files von so zur Dings. Gibt es neue Briefing Files, die ich hören kann? Ja, von Strangelove.
How's the Zeke AI different from Peace Walkers?
Zeke's AI isn't a replica of the human thought process. It isn't programmed to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. On the other hand, it is capable of highly independent action in combat when given orders from a pilot. It can protect infantry, destroy the enemy, and, if ordered,
launch a nuke.
Let us hope it never comes to that.
My sentiments exactly.
Ja, hoffen wir mal. Wir gehen nicht als Snake, sondern als my boy Alligator. Ich nehme mal das und das mit. Nee, ich wollte auch gar nicht die Uniform mitnehmen, sondern Sneaking Suit. Anstatt der Nagant nehme ich das Ding mit. Und dann sollte das passen. Ach, da ist ganz convenient ein MG, ja dann. Wäre der Battlesuit vielleicht doch nicht schlecht gewesen. Oh Gott. Es werden immer mehr. Immer mehr. Das ist definitiv das Gameplay, das ich mir von Metal Gear Solid wünsche. Aber das Ding schnell. Und das war mein Auswahlkriterium. Der Hoffnung, dass jetzt die Hauptmission weitergeht. Was kostet das? Das Spiel? Ja, das Pad. Welches Pad meinst du? Mein alten PlayStation 3 Controller meinst? Eigentlich gebraucht für 30 oder so, komm. Capybaras dabei. Nee, ich habe gesagt, das ist genau das Gameplay, das man sich von Metal Gear wünscht. Allem MG stehen und auf irgendwelche Dinger ballern. Hab jetzt keine Story-Mission bekommen, oder? Nee. Aber was muss ich denn machen, damit der ausbricht? Nochmal. Muss ich nochmal so ein AI... Nee, ich muss doch nicht nochmal so einen Kampf machen, oder? Ich mach einfach nochmal... eine Nebenmission.
Clear the rubble in the cloud forest that's blocking our advance. Some C4 could make short work of it. If you succeed, our efforts in this area will be made that much easier.
Mission Prep. Brauche ich C4 für. Das heißt, ich lass mal das Magazin hier. Okay, 8 Minuten Zeit, wo muss ich hin? War nicht so weit. Muss nur vorsichtig sein. Die Nagant mitnehmen sollen. Die wäre hier voll hilfreich. C-Rank. Für Intel. Die Rank lassen wir hier.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Brauchen wir den? Nee. Ganz bestimmt nicht. War hier einer? Ich glaube nicht. Es ist wirklich einfach nochmal 1:1 das gleiche Level, glaube ich.
Somebody there?
Ah, ich muss den trotzdem platt machen. Weil ich an dem vorbei will.
That pile of rubble's in the way, but some C4 should make short work of it. Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
Ja, das ging schnell.
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Okay, was muss ich machen? Ah, ich muss den wieder aus dem Dings-Team rausnehmen, glaube ich. Jetzt nochmal eine Nebenmission machen. Irgendwas Schnelles. Machen wir mal noch eine Photon Recovery. Oder ich mache eine Item Capture. Sollte schnell gehen.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well. Good luck out there.
Also wenn ich hiernach nicht nochmal eine Hauptmission bekomme, dann gucke ich nach. Das hier, wo ich hin muss, ja. Nee. Also, nee, das ist falsch da.
Nice. Now we've got to recover those supplies. Hurry. Yes. Now get over to the goal.
Wieder zurück zum Ankommen. Okay. Kriegen wir hin.
We're being shot at. Going to alert status.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution. Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
Ey, S-Rank. Ich habe jetzt Design-Specs fürs PKM gefunden. Okay. Bitte gib mir Mission, gib mir Story. Das sieht nicht so aus. Capybara geht ins R&D. Nein, ach fuck, egal. Du gehst ins Intel-Team, du gehst auch ins Intel-Team. Du gehst auch ins Intel-Team, okay. So, jetzt muss ich mal kurz gucken. Metal Gears, Solid, Peace Walker, Chapter 5. Okay, man muss 2 bis 5 Missionen machen, bis der wieder abhaut. Okay, also wir grinden jetzt einfach Nebenmissionen. Let's go. Ah ne, ich wollte noch ein PKM erforschen, oder? Komm, machen wir das noch eben. Dann kann ich es vielleicht benutzen, noch. Kostet ja nix. Oh, noch eine Item Capture.
Let's get this.
Stay out of the enemy's sight as you recover those supplies. And don't get lost.
Ja, sorry guys. Ich glaube, ihr könnt euch retten. Seid ihr es wert, gerettet zu werden? Der eher nicht. Nee.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
Das ging sehr schnell.
Return to base.
Und sogar ohne Alarm. Anti-Tank-Mine. Medic. Echt 2 Alligator in der Combat Unit, das ist ja verwirrend. Ich Ich werde die nicht brauchen, aber ich mache sie mal trotzdem. Items? Nein. Dann noch eine Nebenmission. Finde ich voll gut, dass die...
Commencing training mission. Missions like this are key to building up your basic skills. Be careful out there.
Finde ich richtig gut, dass die das Spiel noch so künstlich in die Länge ziehen. Das hat's gebraucht. Definitiv.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
Oh, da ist noch eins. Zwei noch. Und das ist das letzte.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Ah,
Snake, Zadornov has
da ist
disappeared from his
es.
cell.
Je.
What? You're kidding, right?
Afraid not. You got a new mission. Find Zadornov.
Ich hab übrigens nachgeguckt, dass der Typ haut übrigens 6-mal ab. Das heißt, wir haben jetzt fast die Hälfte. Sie wollten nur nicht sicher gehen, dass man Nebenmissionen macht oder so. Keine Ahnung.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
Hm? Okay. Briefing Files. Gibt es neue Briefing Files? Und ich hatte doch... Ah. Nein. Okay. Dann können wir mal, was Ira noch zu sagen hat. Ich hoffe, es ist wichtig.
Hello, Snake. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you. You saw the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me. 10 years
Dieses Foto.
ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now, why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates.
Und eine Frau,
The
anscheinend.
media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the Research Institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959. So you see, Snake, that's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn.
Okay, also Evas Tape ist anscheinend die Geschichte von The Boss in detaillierter. Okay. Let's go.
The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others, by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA, restoring confidence in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. "No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here." In effect, they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. But the boss didn't object. "My part is over," she said. "I don't care what you do with the data now." It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight, while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. "The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic," he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1. That's when she saw the truth, for the first time.
Oh, Cliffhanger. Gucken wir uns da schon 3 an.
The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. She could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA used that against her. In his election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief.
Ich finde das gerade irgendwie spannend. Ich glaube, ich habe die Tapes noch nicht
The
gehört.
order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space. Now came a whole battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High-G tests, zero-G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations in pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't.
The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA's spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him. But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration as a form of propaganda in itself. After all, what was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead. Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride, even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the US received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961. America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible. She'd be able to see the Earth in daylight from the window, at least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule, having completed less than 80% of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky, and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice. The boss, for her part, never expected to come home alive. She was going on a one-way trip, the American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. Someone has to be first, she said. If fate has chosen me, then I accept, for my country, for the balance of the world. That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft. And second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance. The boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward. The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months. To some, what was worst of all was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight. Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely. NASA couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh? Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, they wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero." 3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent.
The sorrow.
And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who'd turned her sleeper against her. Who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms. The father of her child. The man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers. Forced to fight. To the death. One would live and one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, they treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her. Major Zero. And so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You were a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon. But the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It's said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying her. I think it's because she didn't want to drag you into it. She probably knew what was going to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but it's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. Little Bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget the path she took. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
Boss, I'm sorry, but I can't.
But I can't. Was? Kannst du ihr nicht vergeben? Hm. Okay, belassen wir es mal dabei. Ich wollte Sadornovs jagen gehen. Oh, irgendwie etwas abgeschweift hier. Und ich bin mir nicht mehr sicher, ob ich das heute noch schaffe mit dem Ende. Ich hatte es gehofft, aber es dauert doch irgendwie etwas länger, vor allem wenn man noch irgendwie alle Tapes hören möchte, die es so gibt. Ich bleib mal bei Tiger's Tribe. Ich bleib mal bei dem Loadout. Das funktioniert, glaube ich, ganz gut. Und wenn ich jetzt schnell bin...
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Muss etwas denn schnell zu Ende sein, wenn es einen unterhält? Nee. Aber ich habe auch Bock, mal mit der Reihe weiterzukommen.
Somebody there? Nothing here.
Okay. Ich brauche mein Nachtvisier, glaube ich. Oh, B-Rank. Nehmen wir mit. So, hier ist nicht festgehalten, wo der genau ist, ne? Der könnte hier halt überall sein. Ich habe eine Idee, wo der sein könnte, glaube ich. Oder? Nee, dafür bin ich zu weit.
Fulton Recovery helicopter is complete.
Somebody there?
C-Rank? Ja, C-Rank nehmen wir auch noch mit. Okay.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Den können wir hier lassen, den brauchen wir nicht. Ich kann mich noch an einen Spot erinnern, wo der sich versteckt hat, aber ich glaube, das war nicht hier. Kenne ich jetzt wirklich jeden? Naja. Ich kenne jetzt nicht jeden.
I just heard foot. Who are you?
Ey!
Where the hell did Zadornov go this time? I'm sick of him and his walks.
Komm, dann scanne ich ihn jetzt auch noch. Wenn ich jetzt schon mal aufgehalten wurde. Oh. Ey, die sind gut, die Jungs.
Helicopter is complete.
Das checken, dass der nicht hier irgendwo rumliegt. Ja. Was Level ist das? Das ist nicht Zadornov. Aber den nehmen wir trotzdem mit. Ich muss warten, bis sich das Nachtsichtgerät auflädt. Jetzt ärgere ich mich, dass ich die Nagant nicht mitgenommen habe.
Somebody there? Huh, nothing.
Das ist er. Das ist doch Zadornov, oder? Ja, komm, nehmen wir den Buschmilch auch noch mit.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Okay, den können wir hier lassen. Da haben wir Sadornov.
Try using Fulton
Mal
recovery on him.
mitnehmen.
Okay. You did it. Keep it up.
Ja, und jetzt muss ich wieder Nebenmissionen grinden wahrscheinlich. In a wallet, a new code name, Butterfly. Title given to soldiers who mainly use short-range weapons and favor taking down enemies with non-lethal force. Okay.
Found our friend, Kaz.
Damn it. And I was so close. Great. Good work, Snake.
Ich muss jetzt gleich mal kurz auf Toilette. Die Team. Noch circa 10 Minuten da. Okay. Dann versuche ich noch 10 Minuten was Spannendes zu tun. Aber erstmal muss ich die Leute hier zuweisen. Auch Intel-Team. Medic. Bin sofort wieder da. Okay. Ja, da. Ich könnte noch was erforschen, das mache ich noch. Oh, Smoke Grenade für 3. Das ist schick. Das Lore kann ich nicht nochmal. Ich glaube, das spare ich mir auch. Brauche ich nicht unbedingt. Okay, ich werde jetzt wieder Nebenmission machen müssen. Was etwas nervig ist, aber ich mache jetzt einfach von oben alles runter. Bis auf die No-Limit-Sachen, weil das macht wirklich keinen Sinn.
Target practice commence. Get as many targets as you can before time runs out.
Okay.
Commence target practice.
Okay, das war ein Friendly. Nicht so gut. Gibt's überhaupt zu schlagen? Jetzt ist mein Schalldämpfer weg, nice. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, 18.400 Punkte ist, glaube ich, okay, oder? Reicht für einen A-Rank. Gehen wir straight zur nächsten Mission. Gleiche nochmal, nur mit irgendwie Time Attack. Shoot all targets. Kriegen wir hin.
Target practice commences now. Shoot all the targets in the kill house. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over. This is a time attack. Hit the targets and keep moving.
Ah, das ist ein Killhouse-Ding.
Target before time runs out to complete the mission.
I like. Okay. So. 1, 2, 3.
Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one. Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one.
Geht's los? Hab ich irgendwie einen Trigger nicht gehittet? Hab ich was übersehen? So, nee, hier komme ich her. I don't get it. Okay, scheinbar... I don't know. Habe ich was übersehen? Okay, ich laufe jetzt so lange im Kreis, bis ich alle geschafft habe. Das ist jetzt kein guter Speedrun. Irgendwas mache ich falsch. Aber egal. Muss ich hier runter? Muss ich hier was triggern? Da ist noch einer.
Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one.
Verwirrend.
Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one. Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one.
Das war schlecht. Das war richtig schlecht. Aber egal.
training mission. Missions like this are key to building up your basic skills. Be careful out there.
Ja, alles klar, Micha. Dann eine gute Nacht. Schlaf gut. Hört sich die Tage bestimmt. Das Gefühl, ich werde auch nicht mehr so lange machen.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
Und weg damit, weg damit, weg damit. Zwei noch.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
Okay, das ging wenigstens schnell.
Mission complete. Great job.
Unter eine Minute war das. Das ist gut, dass ich mir die ganzen Zielsachen für jetzt aufgehoben habe. Weil dann kriege ich die wenigstens schnell durch. Die zählen für den Counter für dieser Dornoff-Dinger. Kann man direkt in die nächste Mission gehen?
Commencing training mission. Missions like this are key to building up your basic skills. Be careful out there.
Das Ding ist, man muss für diese Dawn of Escapes nicht nur einfach Nebenmissionen spielen, man muss Nebenmissionen spielen, die man noch nicht gespielt hat.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can. Bravo, nice work.
Scheiß auf Punkte, einfach abschließen den Kram.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Amazing. Bravo, nice work. Now that's what I'm talking about. Amazing.
Noch 4.
Bravo, nice work. Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Das ging auch halbwegs schnell.
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Ah, da ist er.
Snake?
Don't tell me. Zadornov.
Bingo. The guard left his post and the dude was gone when he got back.
Sounds like the guard needs a guard.
He was off with the girls. Haas invited him to try some of their cooking. He says he loved every second of it.
Is that jealousy, Kaz?
Anyway, there's a new mission waiting for you. Find Zadornov, Snake.
Okay.
Nein, Zadornov. Combat. Intel. Medic. Intel. Und Combat. Dann gehen wir nochmal Zadornov finden.
Snake, Zadornov's
I know.
disappeared again. Get out there and retrieve him.
Ich nehme mal statt der 1911 die Nagant mit. Ja. Ah, ich habe vergessen nach Briefing Files zu gucken. No. Egal.
Find Zadornov, Snake.
Wo bin ich denn? Okay, hier ist er schon mal nicht. Da bin ich mir sicher. Ich werde jetzt, glaube ich, links lang gehen.
Somebody there? Nothing here.
Da oben ist ein Sniper. Okay. Okay, das könnte gut sein, dass der hier irgendwo ist. das wäre ein gutes Versteck. Ich probier's mal hier lang.
Hey! Somebody there! We're under attack!
Fuck.
It's the enemy! Send reinforcements!
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Ah, das war scheiße. Der ist hier nicht. Und ich kann hier, glaube ich, auch gar nicht weiter. Achso. Gut weiter. Da wollte ich, glaube ich, ein bisschen zu schnell durch. Das war schlecht. Oh, jetzt ist wenigstens Ruhe.
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base.
Ist er vermutlich irgendwo da oben. Außer ich habe den jetzt irgendwie komplett übersehen irgendwo. Ach, da! Den habe ich ja gar nicht gesehen. Was war denn hier?
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Weg. Ach. Guck mal, ob ich das irgendwie austricksen kann, das System. Wenn ich nicht mehr im Alert-Modus bin. Okay, nee, ich wurde gesehen. Okay.
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Nicht mehr viele Orte, wo er sich aufhalten kann. Glaube ich zumindest. Wäre nicht ganz sicher. Ist er nicht. Okay, ich muss den irgendwo übersehen haben. Fuck.
Bolton recovery helicopter is complete.
Dann suche ich nochmal alles mit den Night Vision Goggles ab.
I think I see someone.
Enemies close by! Enemy sighted. Request backup.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Man kann sich auch so scheiße irgendwo verstecken in diesem Spiel, ne? Es ist...
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is Patrol. Contact lost. Going to alert status.
Understood. The enemy should still be nearby. Find him.
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is Patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base.
Okay, der ist auf jeden Fall schon mal nicht hier.
Someone attacking? The enemy's attacking! Going to alert status!
Understood. Maintain heightened alert.
Jetzt muss ich einfach warten, bis der umfällt. Oh nein.
Enemies close by!
Hm.
Understood. Eliminate all hostiles.
Dieses Spiel manchmal, ne? Aber ich glaube, nach der Mission will ich doch mal aufhören.
HQ, come in.
Weil ich will nicht ganz so lange machen heute.
Patrol. Contact lost. Going to alert status.
Understood. The enemy should still be nearby. Find him.
Wird der letzte Stream mit Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker vielleicht doch relativ kurz.
This is HQ.
War es denn nicht so schlimm?
Patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base.
Ob hier... Der könnte natürlich hier sein, ne? Da hab ich halt gar nicht geguckt. Das wäre voll smart, wenn der hier ist. Okay, er ist nicht hier. Dann ist er wahrscheinlich an der Kreuzung. Aber da habe ich nichts gesehen, aber es ist auch irgendwie... Ja. Gucken.
Freeze.
So macht man das. Und werden jetzt alle hier aus dem Weg geräumt. Mich nochmal umgucken. Und sehe ihn nicht. Als ob der da unten ist. Okay, hier wird er nicht sein. Ich guck noch mal im Dorf. Hm.
Hey! I know I saw something.
Ich glaube, da gab's einen Spot. Den ich noch nicht gesehen habe. Hier. Ah nee, Quatsch. Da habe ich schon mal geguckt. Ah, okay, ich guck noch mal hier oben. In Ruhe. Was wird...
We're under attack!
Wie Scheiß hast du gesehen?
It's the enemy! Send reinforcements!
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Und das war's mit meinem Schalldämpfer. Aber ich höre den hier.
We're under attack!
You can't go peeking into houses with the enemy on elevated alert. Forget about the houses for now. Wait for the alert to be lifted first.
Muss ich hier in die wieder in die Türen reingucken?
You can't go peeking into houses with the enemy on elevated alert. Forget about the houses for now. Wait for the alert to be lifted first. The doorknob's in one of those houses. I just know it.
Okay. Ich hätt's... Miller, hast du das vorhin schon gesagt? Habe ich dir nicht zugehört? Fick dich!
Enemy sighted!
Understood. Eliminate all hostiles. The enemy should still be nearby. Find him.
So.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
No one here.
Patrol. All clear.
Understood. Stay vigilant.
Erst nochmal in alle Häuser reingucken. I see. Doch eine meiner leichtesten Übungen.
Mama. Somebody there?
Ist nichts gesehen.
Good God, the man could swim his way out of Alcatraz.
I know I saw something. Who's there? Huh. Footsteps.
The doorknob's in one of those houses. I just know it.
I know I saw something.
Was wirst du tun, mein Freund? Dich umdrehen. Das ist eine sehr gute Entscheidung. Gucken, ob hier noch eine Tür ist, aber ich glaube nicht. Nee. Das ist die letzte Tür.
Gotcha.
Ich wusste es. Ich wusste es, dass der da atmet. Ah.
Curses.
Ja, das war nicht gut. Das war nicht gut.
I got him, Kaz.
Slipped up again. Acknowledged. Bring him on in.
Ja. Reicht für heute. Das heißt, einmal werde ich noch ran müssen. An Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. Mal speichern. Ah. Ja. Das war etwas nerviger, als ich das in Erinnerung hatte, da bin ich ganz ehrlich. Ich hatte das nicht mehr so im Kopf, dass man so viele Nebenmissionen noch machen muss zum Schluss, um weiterzukommen. Dass Sadornov so oft ausbricht. Es ist nicht mehr viel, aber ich will nicht mehr so lange machen. Das würde mir jetzt zu lange dauern, glaube ich. Wenn ich jetzt noch weiterspielen würde. Aber naja. Ja, ich freue mich auf das Ende. Auf das Ende. Und dann auf Metal Gear Solid 5. Aber das wird dann zeitlich... Vielleicht wird Montag mein Streamtag so jetzt in Zukunft. Muss ich mal gucken, weiß ich noch nicht. Vielleicht. Gucken, was kommt. Wie es kommt. Ich bin jetzt auf jeden Fall für heute raus. Ich bedanke mich vielmals fürs Zuschauen, fürs Dabeisein. Und wir sehen uns dann das nächste Mal irgendwann, demnächst hoffentlich. Ja. Bis dahin. Bis dann.